Hello everyone, I'm Alan, also known as McLaren 2009, and today I'm back playing Stormworks Build and Rescue. I'm picking up where I left off on Saturday, for the most part. I kind of had a mishap where my computer decided it wanted to shut itself off. So I lost a little bit of my progress, but the hope is that this time around I'll actually be able to make slightly more progress on my Avionics work center. Let's spawn it in real quick. As you can see, it's not causing any, like, frame issues. It's just, it has a lot of lights inside of the mobile facilities, which is to be expected, considering you open up one of the doors. Every single one of them has a system like this, where there are lights and heaters and all of that fun stuff. And as you can see, I have quite a lot of rooms that I can put random things in. And the idea is to try to fill in more stuff to make this seem busier, if you will. On Friday... Was it Friday? Yeah, I think it was Friday. I built this entire complex, mostly using prefab pieces or prefab components that I kind of just tacked on. Then Saturday, I went through and I started building like a troop van, a radio and survival equipment room, or personal survival equipment room. Then I built a GPS and map room. Came over here, and I built a radar room. I put the radar transmitter in an area that has a big bay door, because in my head that made sense. Although realistically this isn't going to do a bit of good, because this is a radar transmitter. The controls for it are right here, which means the operator is going to be standing right here when they turn it on. And you might not know this, but you do not want to be standing next to a radar transmitter when it's on. That's a good way to basically microwave yourself from the inside out. It's not a good time. Not fun for the whole family. But I put it in the room with the opening bay door so we can at least transmit outward. And that definitely makes it fitting to leave the caution tape right here, because you're going to be in front of an active radar transmitter. Now, luckily, electromagnetic radiation isn't really a problem in Stormworks, but it is a problem in real life. I need this. Okay. I need to have this plugged in up here. Okay, good to go. But, yeah, that's not all that I accomplished. Although I didn't accomplish too much, I I didn't do anything in here yet. I need to reduce the time on these. But we go over here. I do realize I could have just hit the home button and just no-clipped through the wall, but why bother? Now, the last time you did see me install this and make sure that it works. And I started to install this, but this was the point when my computer shut itself off. So this right here is my secure integrated navigation system. It is a tactical air navigation system, a GPS system, a clock, a distress beacon, a beacon locator, a radar receiver, and also an IFF transponder. All of that is rolled into one very easy to use system. Now, I had to put this back here because this system, let's scroll over to the IFF transponder, this system is encrypted by default. It has my secure data system built in. So basically, this is already a COMSEC system right out of the box. Doesn't have to be modified in the slightest. So this was the perfect candidate to shove back here in the COMSEC locker. See? Communication security. And that beeping siren, that is just because the control mobile facility is unlocked. In fact, I can go over here and let's close that. Good to go. Now you'll notice that the door is still wide open, but if I close it, I won't be able to open it again. Which, it's actually worth noting that I could probably put an override in here. That might actually be a good thing to work on. To throw in an override so that you can get out. Alright, but bottom line is we're currently locked in COMSEC. We're really not, because you can just press this button over here. But you can't get out here. Now, the thing about these mobile maintenance facilities is there actually is a system that you can get out. Even if, like, this specific type of facility that is secure and locked with, like, a really big high-tech padlock inside of an already secure compound. But that's another thing entirely. When you're inside of one of these, you look over here at, like, the door where the handle would be. There's, like, a little pin you can pull that, in the event of an emergency, you can just pull that pin, and it basically breaks off the lock on the outside, so that when you turn the handle, it'll just break free and you can open up the door. So you're never trapped inside of here. But since this system is secure by default, it goes in COMSEC and it will not leave COMSEC. This right here is my most recent creation, which is the secure video transmitter and secure video receiver. So this right here perfectly demonstrates how you use my most recent system. This is the receiver, this is the transmitter. You turn this on, turn this on. As you can see, this started up the example monitor. This turns on the transmitter, which activates this relay, which activates the antenna outside. And let's set a passcode real quick. Not showing the passcode, or doesn't have the passcode, so doesn't see the video. But we put in the passcode, you see the video. Easy day. Turn that off, and let's go back into the build screen. Okay. This is going to be a weird system. Well, I'm not using that at the moment, so not worried about it. Okay, so what I want to do in this stream is I want to... is there enough space that I can do that? I want to put a caution label around this. Why do I want to do that? Because this is a radar transmitter. So this will mark that it's spinning and emitting radiation. Not like nuclear radiation, but radiation all the same. Just electromagnetic. You know, like microwaves. Actually, I don't think it is technically microwaves. I think that's a different wavelength on the EM spectrum. I didn't work with radar specifically. I was a ComNav, crypto, and DECM tech. So, in short, not my field. Alright. So, we need to go in here, and I want to reduce these down to 0.5. Alright, let's look at the COMSEC van. This right here is the controller for the door. We actually can add an override. Input from safety override. Alright. Now, the thing is, So we put a knot. Put an oar. Oh, wait, nope. This is going to be way more complicated. Oh, delete that. Alright, here's the thing. The system works because it's getting a signal from the radio antenna set to the frequency, set to this chosen frequency. And as long as it's within range of the controlling mobile facility and it's actively sending a signal, the door is locked. Now we want to make sure that in order for it to be locked, this switch has to be off, and this has to be on. So, in theory, we can go over here, and let's delete that. Yeah, it's right there. Okay. Safety override. Its default state is off. So, let's save the work center, spawn it in, and let's just go over to the COMSEC van. No clip through the wall real quick. That's locked. It's open. But the point is, this can only be used from inside. Okay, so that problem is sorted. Alright, so make sure we have that saved. Alright, so we have not one, but two ways to get out of the facility. To get out of the locker. So, good to go. Now, we need to put more stuff in this facility. We've already got an integrated navigation system and a secure video system. Pretty easy day. But I have more secure systems. So, you know what? What if we get rid of these and we put in these? But the problem with the idea that I was just considering is that some of those systems take up a lot of space. Alright, I got a plan. Alright, we will put the secure voice radio right in between the systems. Okay, so we go right here. In order to build the secure voice radio, I gotta remember how to make this thing. I might actually have a, I have a prefab for it. This is such a... What the fuck? Hello? Huh? That was weird. Okay. This is, what I was trying to say was that, making, prefab, like, template structures is a really great idea to save time in Stormworks. So what I do is I make my systems usually on like a what I would describe as like a test set or a workbench, if you will. And then I will save them It's like I will save them as like a pre-made like thing. Oh, dear God. Okay. I think the weird irony of this is I increased the character limit for my auto moderator. Okay. currently, what I'm working on is I am adding more systems to my aviation electronics mobile work center that is loosely inspired by the types of things that I worked on when I was in the Marine Corps. And right now, I am specifically working on the secure, locked part of the facility. Although I'm going to have to ask that you tone down your messages a little bit. Okay, then. Alright, so basically, this specific part of my little mobile facility here. Alright, frequency select, that's this one. Crypto control is this one. Alright, radio controller, it's this thing up here. Alright, what I'm getting at is that this system, or this part of my mobile maintenance facility, is secure. It's locked from the inside, and it's controlled with a radio in here. Now, my original mobile work center did not have this controlled by a radio. It had to be controlled by a facility connected on the same body as this. So this is an upgraded system. Alright, so this is a locked room, and the reason this is a locked room... Was that always like that? The reason this is a locked room is because everything that is in this vault, if you will, is a quote-unquote secure system. And they're secure in the sense that this is secure because it sends out encrypted number data. Basically, it uses a very rough, very rudimentary substitution cipher to change 6-digit numbers, be it positive or negative, takes 6-digit numbers, breaks them down into individual digits, and sends it from one vehicle to another vehicle in the game. And then the other vehicle, as long as it's on the same key setting and set up with a compatible system, it will then decrypt the 6-digit numbers and convert it back into the number that was originally sent. So this system is 100% secure. The only way you can break it is if you have the key for it. These systems, however, are not 100% secure. This is my quote-unquote secure voice radio. It only works by you select the frequency using this panel right here, and then you select an encryption key with this panel. This takes a 2-digit frequency number and converts it into, I want to say, a 4-digit number. So basically, the number that's selected is not the actual number going to the antenna. And this is based off of a similar system, except it doesn't have the key setting that you have depicted here. This works off of... There are 2 video antenna for both the receiver and the transmitter. And both transmitting antenna are active at the same time. But the thing is, they go into only one video output on the receiver. And inside of these microcontrollers, there is... It's like inside of these microcontrollers, there's a switch. There's a video switch. And they have to be on the same frequency, but in order to get there are one antenna... I gotta find the best way to explain this. One antenna is transmitting a completely useless black screen, and the other one is transmitting whatever video signal you put into it. To simulate it actually working properly, I put a inward-facing camera, and that is being transmitted as the secure video feed. So, by default, when you have the transmitter on and you're on the right frequency, you will see the secure video feed. It becomes secure when you type in a numeric code. It'll basically be like a pin to access the feed. Now, once the once the pin set on the receiver matches the pin that's received from the transmitter, you'll switch from the black screen to the secure feed. But basically, the only way that it's secure is just the fact that it's showing you both screens at the same time, but it only shows you the one that you want to see if you type in the code. So this code has to match this code, and they both have to be on the same frequency. That's about it. Now, I have a couple more systems to put in here, but we'll get to those. Alright, system power. Oh, okay, that's signal received. Okay, cool. Alright, so transmit frequency, antenna, and audio. Oh god, which one is it? It's this one. Just the idea with this specific part of the mobile facility is anything that was built to be secure is locked up in this quote-unquote secure vault. Or at least that's the idea. So, let's spawn this in. And let's go make sure that it's working. Go through here. Clip through the wall. Alright, we have... You know, I think I might change those. I might make those into backlight only. Alright. So, to kind of explain what I was just talking about, right now it's on channel 3. So my handheld radio is set to channel 3. Key the microphone, it tells you we're receiving something. So, put this on, say, 2. It's no longer on channel 3. I press the microphone, nothing happens. That system is now secure. Sort of. It's only loosely secure. There are very easy ways to figure out which frequency it's set to. Alright, so now that that's working like it's supposed to, let's go back into here. And let's go back into here. Alright, let's take this, resize it to there. Alright, let's just put that right there. Alright, I need camera. Just a little one. It's actually kind of cool that they changed it a little bit. And what I mean by that is they didn't always have this little thing telling you which way is up. So I'm guessing since they now have that included, it's like since they now have that included, I'm thinking we can change the we can change the orientation of the camera, if I had to guess. I don't know that for sure, but it makes sense. Oh yeah, and I want to change these to backlight only. There. That way you have to turn on the system in order to see what it's currently set to. Easy enough. Alright, but I have one more system that I can shove in here, but the problem is it's kind of big. But only big in the sense that I need 10 radio antennas for it. So that's going to be fun. Actually, it's also quite big physically, too. kind of like that. It's a microcontroller, but it's more like a mega controller at this point. It's a bit much, to say the least. Okay, you know what? We'll come back to that. Yeah, I'll come back to that. Let's make this room just have regular radios. So it's going to be another carryover from the real work center that I worked in. And we're going to put the not secure things right next to the secure things. Alright, so in order to do that, I need a simple radio. So we go down here. This one is really easy. Just shove that right there. Okay, good. It's just one block above. Alright, so we go right here, repaint the walls. I'm really picky about making sure everything looks uniform in some way, shape, or form. So let's go right here, grab this, grab that. Yeah, maybe he was right. Who knows? Alright, so we go in here, and in order to use the basic radio, oh, well, for starters, I need to fix this. Okay. Just a normal basic radio requires 3 things. Technically 4, but not really. The 4th thing isn't required. Buzzer. It's a microphone. Where is the speaker? It's right there. Hello, welcome to the stream. That there. Matter of fact, let's not mark that because it's completely pointless. Alright, so in order to use this system, this is just a normal radio that has the same 9 frequencies as everything else. Or, well, technically the handheld radio has just 9 frequencies. This really has 10. But this is a very basic radio. Easy to set up, it's easy to use, and it automatically works with the handheld radio, so it makes it perfect to just... it makes it perfect to just put on everything, except I recently made a new system that uses a touchscreen instead. Really, it just looks better all around. Alright, this one has to be always, because it doesn't have a switch. Now, you could easily make the comment that, well, if it doesn't have a switch, why not put a switch? And I could, but for this specific radio, I'm not going to bother. Radio free down. And this is just a regular button. Put it on channel 4. And this will be push to talk. Okay, it fits. Alright, so... not video. Alright, now, what did I just do? Alright, there. Okay, so we go right here. Video, or control in, control out, frequency, microphone, transmitter, audio, audio. Oh, and speaker is transmitting. Alright, so that is the entire radio system. You don't need this light, but I included the light so I can always troubleshoot it. Alright, so let's save that real quick. Spawn it in. And we don't need to go into COMSEC because we haven't added anything else to it yet. Going to, but we haven't yet. Alright, so right now it's on 0, so put it on 3. And there it works. Just like it's supposed to. Hello. Okay, good to go. So, it activated that. So, it works as intended. All is right in the world. So, now we'll go right next to it, and we'll put in the new radio. In order to use that one, I need another microphone, another speaker, a 1x1 monitor, and a toggle button. This one actually does need the toggle button. Well, it doesn't... It's kind of weird, alright? It doesn't need the toggle button if you pair it with another system to give it power. Since this is going to be a standalone system, it needs the it's like, since this is a standalone system, it needs a power button. Alright, so we go down here, and we need touchscreen radio. Right here. This one is a little bit bigger, but it's kind of like whatever. Alright, so we go out here, put this right here. Alright, it's at the right level. So, these are just normal radios. There's nothing particularly, like, fancy about them. But this one is specifically a touchscreen. But the thing that makes it interesting is it has more functionality than this one. This radio has 10 frequencies. Yeah, it's entirely contained in all of the required things are just these three right here and a 2x2 microcontroller. And then an antenna. But this has the same 3 blocks, a slightly larger microcontroller, and it needs a switch to turn it on. But the thing that makes it cool is this one is completely touchscreen. This has 100 frequencies, and it has a signal strength output. So, is it any surprise that I put this on most vehicles? Or I put this on all of my newly created vehicles? Because if it's in like a cockpit or a cab for like a ground vehicle, if you have anything else that, if you have a switch that's turning on backlights, just connect the monitor to that. And then, boom, you have a touchscreen radio. There is one on the workshop that looks a little bit better than mine. But mine will do its job. Alright, so signal strength, frequency, to transmitter, to microphone. Oh, and then this one doesn't even require the light because it'll give you the signal strength telling you it's receiving something. video. Okay, that should be everything for the touchscreen radio. So, let's spawn it in. Vehicle is loaded that contains a large number of lights. Well, you're not wrong. Alright, so, touchscreen radio. Alright, so, key the microphone, nothing happens. Let's put it on channel 3, which is the same channel that my handheld radio is on. It works. I would imagine it works. Actually, let's make sure that it works. Something doesn't work. I would feel kinda dumb if I missed something. So that's the touchscreen. The touchscreen is doing what it's supposed to. Alright, so what's wrong with this picture? Alright, I don't know what's going on. It just wouldn't be one of my streams if it didn't have a few bugs. Alright, so turn that on. Okay, is it not doing what I want it to do? Alright, so something is wrong with the radio. Because that should activate the microphone. And it should be registering on here. Like, these are both on the same frequency. Yet push to talk isn't working. This one is working, this one isn't. Alright. Okay. Alright, let's take a look at touchscreen radio. I'll be slightly upset if it isn't doing what I want it to do. Okay, let's look at the... Pressing rectangle 5. Okay. Alright. I haven't touched this thing for a long time now. But let's grab this right here. Spawn this in. Alright. This is the test set for my secure, or not secure radio, for just radio. Alright. Good to go. That's working. That's working. And that's working. Okay, so why is it not working here? Do I have it connected to the wrong thing? No, that's microphone. Hello, welcome to the stream. Sorry, I'm a little late getting back to you. My next build, I'm still on the current one. What I've been working on is I'm continuing with my process of I'm adding more stuff to my mobile facility work center. My last stream kind of ended abruptly, and my computer shut down on me, so I didn't fully get to add my new secure video system, but I've got it added in and it's working now. I threw in my quote-unquote secure voice radio, because why not? And now I'm going out of the secure part of it and I'm working on the if I showed it on a truck or something actually mobile. Actually, I have an answer to that. Alright. So, this is referred to, or one of these boxes is referred to as a mobile maintenance facility, MMF. What that means is this entire facility, the real ones, mind you, it won't happen in the game, because if you spawn these as individual objects and clip them together, you're going to get like a fiery explosion when all of the facilities magnetically clip together, and they'll contract themselves into a fiery mess. But the real facilities, each one of these individual shipping containers is the size of a standardized shipping container. This entire work center can be broken down, broken apart, loaded on trucks, trains, aircraft. You can pick this entire thing up and move it somewhere else. So it is mobile in the sense that it can be forward deployed anywhere with a concrete pad big enough to support them. So we didn't work out of buildings, we worked out of these. So that basically, at a moment's notice, we can start packing up everything and send the entire squadron somewhere else in the world. Granted, that's very impractical and really hard to do, so you pretty much only do that for like a all-out invasion. And you'll move these once you have a secured air station in close proximity to where your aircraft are forward deployed. But it's called a mobile facility because it can be packed up and moved somewhere else. And on my trucks, I've made flatbed trailers in Stormworks, and one of the things that I did to show that the trailer works for shipping containers was to load these on them. In real life, yes, we absolutely do that. In fact, that's the whole reason that we use these. And we work in them normally because of that deployable nature. Like, the job isn't gonna change if I'm here in the US or if I'm over in, say, Afghanistan. The job isn't gonna change. I still gotta fix the radios, so I work in the air-conditioned Habitrail to fix the radio. I'm going to be in the Habitrail if I go to the desert, so I'm going to be in the Habitrail when I'm here in the US. So you just get used to working out of these things, and then each logistics squadron has hundreds of these, and we just work in them. And then, in theory, if we needed to, we can pack up the entire air group, grab all couple hundred of them, load them on planes, and carry them to some forward air station. And then you get, like, forklifts, front-end loaders, all kinds of other crazy things. And you build these into these complex work centers. It kind of is, but once you get it set up, from start to finish, I think we can deploy an entire squadron of 1,800 Marines in a week. And, well, you practice how you play. So, we work in these. But, because it's very difficult to move an entire squadron, we just send out detachments where we don't pick up our work centers and move them. There are like a collection of these mobile facilities that are already packed up and ready to go. All we've got to do is just bring along packed up like test sets and equipment that it wouldn't make sense to leave those in the boxes. We just bring along the equipment that we need, and the mobile facilities will already be at the air station that we're being deployed to. Okay, I gotta go back to figuring out why this isn't working. Okay, let's disconnect everything. Okay. So, we have this. We have this. We have that, and we have that. Okay, microphone, and that. Alright, and turn off that. Okay, literally everything is disconnected. It's all unplugged. Why is this not doing what it's supposed to do? Basically, we just have these mobile complexes anywhere we're forward deployed. And we always have the exact same maintenance capabilities, so as long as we have all of our work centers present in like the forward installation, we can do every identical maintenance function needed for that squadron. And I think we're actually required to do drills where we practice packing up the entire, well, base so that we know how to forward deploy. Are the things weaponized? As in, do the containers have weapons in them? Alright. Oh. These? No, not yet. My systems that actually have weapons are mostly planes at the moment. Alright. Like, I can show you... where is it? This thing. This should still have some radar weapons on it. Alright, this is a radar-guided missile, it's a rocket pod, a gun pod. Okay. Okay. Pylon 2. Master arm. Oh, it's from the inside out. Okay, so master arm on. Okay. 3. Master arm. Well, here in the US, we kind of put, like, everything into our military. And believe it or not, the things that I was describing, very low-tech. They don't like us in the Marine Corps, so we get the old stuff. But it's whatever. Now, let's go back to my Avionics Work Center. And let's see if we finally can make the radio work. Because the radio needs to do what I want it to do. Alright. So, put this... Forgot something. Okay. Alright. Forgot to include the touchscreen controls. So... let's add this to the list. There it is. Since I'm doing that on my freaking iPad, I should probably make like some kind of a macro or shortcut, because the exclamation point... oh, it's right there. I'm just an idiot. Okay. Moving on. Alright. Let's try this again. Open up the door. Yeah, I try to make some unnecessarily complex things in the game that are inspired by things I've worked on in real life. Alright, so... It's on 3. You can hear me. Easy enough, right? Put this on 3. It can hear it. But it cannot. Did I miss something? So basically in this game, I've built a lot of things that I have at least some level of real-world experience with. So, since I was in the Marine Corps as an avionics technician, I've built systems that are comparable to the types of systems that we have in real life. I watched the movie U-571 and got inspired to make an Enigma machine, so I gave myself a crash course in cryptography somewhere in the bowels of YouTube, and I made my secure data system. And specifically in my MOS, I worked on communication systems, so radios, communication systems, navigation systems, so any radio-based navigation system, be it Identify Friend or Foe, or IFF, Tactical Air Navigation, or TACAN, and also the radar altimeter, which this game doesn't have a radar altimeter, but the closest thing we can get to it is the distance sensor that I think it caps out at 250 meters, which is still pretty good, but I've included it in all of my aircraft because it's extremely useful to have. The RadAlt is particularly useful when you're flying at low altitudes. It tells you exactly how far you are above solid ground. Doesn't care in the slightest how far you are above sea level. All the RadAlt is concerned with is how far is the ground beneath your plane. It's really useful when you're dropping bombs. Assuming you're not using like a laser-guided one that's dropped from like way up in the air and then guided onto the ground. In that case, you need more distance to allow the bomb to correct its trajectory. Whereas unguided bombs, the less distance the bomb has to travel, the more accurate it's going to be. Unfortunately, the counterpoint is the longer you spend diving means the less time you're going to have to pull out. So it's a give and take. But according to my former co-workers at the Air and Space Museum, there's a certain art to dive bombing. But out of all the volunteers at the museum, I was the only one who was enlisted. I was also the only Marine. So while the other guys were Air Force pilots, I was Marine enlisted, and I worked on radios. So my job isn't all that exciting. But it's kind of like whatever. Alright, so here's what I'm going to do. Since this isn't showing like I want it to, I am going to... Alright, if I cut these out... Resize grid, copy, paste, merge, let's grab this right here. Okay, now we go out here. Put this right here. I have the sinking suspicion that this whole thing is going to be one massive quote-unquote skill issue as to why these systems will not interact with each other. Or why they're only partially interacting with each other. Yeah, I have my own addition to Murphy's Law. Whatever can go wrong will. Well, my addition to it is not only whatever can go wrong will go wrong, it'll probably all go wrong at once. Okay. So, let's spawn in. Alright, so... Matter of fact, let's put it on 4. Okay. Is it not? Huh? Okay. No, not that. Back down to 3. Okay, let me check something. What is the push to talk button? Apostrophe. Okay. Can you hear me now? Oh, for fuck's sake. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's right there.
Right there.
Yeah, it works fine. I'm just an idiot. It only shows... Like, it only shows that the speaker is receiving something if it actually has an input. So basically, it was working fine the whole time. I'm just special. Let's go with that. And when you press the button to key the handheld radio, that automatically turns it on, so you don't have to press the apostrophe key. But when you're using a radio built into the vehicle, well, I mean, that's essentially what I did. By the way, in the lower right corner of the screen that you can see, that specific command is one of the 3 that viewers can input. So if you felt so inclined, you could actually type the quotation mark skill issue, and you can increase that counter yourself. Those that text box I have down there, it tells you the commands I have. Yeah, if you feel so inclined. But yeah, I made those, or I made that text box with a reference of commands that viewers have access to. There are a couple more that only myself and my moderators have access to, but all of those can be typed in by people watching the stream. Making a sandwich. I don't know, a sandwich kind of sounds nice at this point. Alright, so now I have 2 test sets for touchscreen radios when I only needed 1. Moving on. Alright, what if... Where's this located? I gotta figure out what I'm gonna shove into the other rooms. My old mobile facility, it's still on the workshop, mind you, but my old mobile facility, all of the antennas and stuff were shoved on top, and I specifically don't want to do that this time, because you may have noticed that there are connectors up here. There actually are procedures that you can stack these mobile facilities on top of each other. Say you don't have as much room to expand outward, you expand up instead. Now, there are a couple more rules and things you have to have before you can do it, and I have not personally seen it, or at least I haven't seen it in person, but because I was the hazmat supervisor, I had to read the mobile facility publication at some point because I needed a reference for like a specific type of paint that we needed for something. And naturally, every time we have to order something, it falls on me to make sure that we get that thing. And in the process of reading through the mobile facility manual, to get a part number to order paint, I found out about the process by which you can stack mobile facilities on top of each other. I think mostly the requirements are you just need steps and like a platform outside of every door, because you have to be able to get out of the mobile facility anywhere there's a door. So, like the example that I used earlier in the stream when I was playing around in the COMSEC locker, I was talking about how on the real mobile facilities, there's like a little pin in the door that you can pull that pin, and even though this specific secure type of facility would have like a really heavy, hard to break padlock on the outside, stopping anyone from getting into the COMSEC locker, if you're on the inside of it, you can just pull that pin and then you pull the handle and it'll just break the lock off the outside of the door, and you can escape in the event of like a fire or emergency. Well, you can get out of any door in any mobile facility. They're locked from the inside, but you can get out if you need to. So I think if you were to hypothetically stack them on top of each other, you would have to have an apparatus that you can still get out of every single door in the event of an emergency. That starts getting impractical, so it's much easier to just complex them where they're only on one level. It's just easier and more manageable that way. Alright, so what I'm thinking is, I think I'm gonna do like I did with the front one. And I'm going to make this into cameras and night vision. So get rid of that, get rid of that, get rid of this, this, and this. Those are going to become RGB lights. Get rid of this. Basically, there's just a lot of stuff that you have to learn about working in these types of mobile maintenance facilities. Okay, we gotta go up here. It's a little finicky sometimes. Yet this one works fine, but specifically with microcontrollers that are like recessed like that, it doesn't like doing what I want. Alright, so it should be... Alright, let's look back at the troop van. How's this set up? Okay, I did it the wrong way. Okay, now should be able to put a sliding door right here. Alright, so we go in here. And I probably just messed up and made this dark. No, I didn't. It's good. Alright, but we need this right here. Alright, let's double check our troop van real quick. Oh, nope, I have a block there. And we check COMSEC, I have a block there too. Okay. Alright, so it should be black, black. Yeah. Okay, good to go. Alright, now, this is where we're going to work on night vision goggles. Which, you might initially think that doesn't sound like an avionics system, and I would generally agree with you, but it doesn't change the fact that one of the things my shop did was fix night vision. Like the actual goggles that pilots wear in the cockpit. A very interesting thing to work on in real life. Alright, I need RGB lights. So we need this, but it's only going to be on this end. Oh, actually, we can get rid of that too! In case you're wondering what I just got rid of, those switches were designated to control the heaters. Which means for this exact moment, it doesn't have a heater. Or it doesn't have a switch for the heater, but it's about to. Alright, it should be yellow lights. Heaters. Red lights. Specifically red, because red won't mess up your eyes or won't hurt your eyes in low light. And specifically in the facility where we work on night vision, there will be big overhead lights There will be white lights for when we're not working on night vision so that you can clean and see things better. But when you are working on night vision, you cannot use white lights because it'll destroy the intensifiers. So we have red lights. Did I mess something up? Oh, okay, I know what I did. Yeah, something like that. Yeah, you specifically use red lights because they will not burn the intensifiers that are inside of night vision goggles. Because contrary to what the movies might have you believe, they do absolutely nothing in no light situations. There has to be a light source. So they're only used in low light. But that's not to say that there isn't a system that we can use in no light situations. It's just you have to use an infrared light so that you can't see it to the naked eye. But you use like a PEC 15 mounted on a rifle. It can do three things. It can emit a visible red laser, an infrared green laser, and it can also use an infrared illumination system where it'll just emit like a cone of infrared radiation or infrared light. And it'll bounce off of the same things that visible light will, but you can only see it through the night vision goggles. So it's kind of like a flashlight that you can't see with your eyes. It's actually really, really cool when you use one mounted to a rifle. Alright, it should be not that. This thing. Heater. I don't know why something didn't look right there, but... Alright, so... let's save this... and let's go in and make sure we got everything set up properly. Should be this one right here. Yep. That's a problem. Yellow lights, red lights, heater. All's right in the world. Except for that random block, but it's about to be dealt with. sorted. Alright, let's go above the door right here. And let's put in... not indicators, just paintable sign. Alright, so if we go right here... Okay, you know what? I don't like how that looks. G. Okay. It's probably like the dumbest thing ever because it's now 3 blocks when it doesn't need to be 3 blocks. Resize, copy. Let's put this down. And basically I'm doing the same thing I did with the supervisor one. Oh no. That would have been really bad if I didn't correct that. That would have accidentally, like, changed everything from white to this charcoal gray color, and that just would have been a nightmare. Thank God this game has an undo button. But yeah. We now have an NVG light. And as you can see up here, staff NCOIC. Staff NCOIC. Now, we're not doing that with the COMSEC fan because putting that kind of a label on the outside kind of tips your hand. And if anybody gets into the secure facility, if you put like a sign like that on the wall of the, or on the outside, or that's visible from the outside, that kind of makes it like a target saying, find this one and cut through the walls here. So, just a bad idea from a security standpoint. But these ones, there's nothing wrong with putting a label there, I guess. But as we've already covered time and time again, I build a lot of things that don't really have a purpose in Stormworks, so what's one more kind of idiotic system to add to the list? And we'll stencil all kinds of weird stuff onto the vans. Alright. What one am I in? Oh, this is still night vision. Okay. So, for this one... also, it's worth noting that with the real mobile facilities, they're not all the same on the inside. Like, there are, like, hundreds of different configuration codes for, like, different types of equipment that can be stored inside of them. And mine don't work like that. Mine are much more simplified than the real ones. Which kind of stands to reason, considering as a whole, the game itself is much more simplified than what we have in real life. Like, take something as simple as radio frequencies, for example. In real life, a frequency is kind of like the bandwidth. It's how many cycles of an alternating waveform occur within a certain time period. Well, we don't have like 357 megahertz frequencies. It's more like layers in like a image or video editor. It's kind of like that. You have like layer 1, layer 2, layer into infinity plus 1. And then on those layers that are kind of like your simulated frequencies, you can have audio, video, binary, and data. Generally numbers. So, yeah, audio, video, data, and binary. Or numbers and binary. Both are in composite. The two different sides of the composite channels. And then there are 32 different composite channels per layer, and each one of those composite channels, it's 32 number, 32 binary. So it's very simple compared to how an actual radio works. But the game doesn't need that level of complexity. The systems that it would require to build a functioning AM radio, for example, it would just cause an unnecessary amount of lag and processing issues, because knowing the very active community of Stormworks, someone on the workshop is going to push it to its absolute limits and make like some kind of workshop creation that is somehow going to blow up your computer. There is some crazy stuff on the workshop for this game. I build crazy stuff, but my crazy stuff is limited in scope and not very demanding to use. Some stuff you gotta have like modded workbenches, custom XML edited blocks that aren't even sealed, so in a game that's about playing with boats in water, having something that isn't sealed is a bad idea. and then too much logic, too many lights, too many paint blocks. All of that stuff just starts to eat away at the amount of work your computer has to do, or it starts adding to the amount of work your computer has to do in order to render these things and make them appear on screen. Like, it is truly insane how much freedom you actually have in Stormworks. Like, I have lots of building games in my Steam library, but none of them have this level of detail that you can build to, or even the scope of, like, the world that you can play in. Like, the game that can compare in, like, scope of the world, I would say, would probably be, like, Space Engineers. Like, there are entire planets, asteroid belts, and a full Newtonian physics system, so that you can make spacecraft fly around different planets, fly around on the surface. You can build, like, little cars and rovers to roll around on the ground. You can make aircraft that are designed to work in a planet with an atmosphere. It may not necessarily be a breathable atmosphere, but it's an atmosphere all the same. But the counterpoint is you have two different types of building blocks. You have the big blocks that are 2-meter cubes, and then you have the small blocks, which are 1/4 of a meter each. So 25 centimeters. And with the big blocks, you can't really make anything overly detailed unless you make it absolutely gigantic. And the small blocks, if you make things too big, you're going to start having difficulties lifting it off the ground if you fly it on a planet. And then another game that has this level of detail, but not even a fraction of, like, the scope of the world, would be something like Stationeers. It's a very detailed, very engineering-focused game. It's very hard to play it, if I'm being completely honest. Because, like, the last time that I played it, the tutorials were kinda lacking. Like, they show you how to interact with things, how to build things, how to break things apart. But learning, like, the logic of how you build complex systems and make, like, your space station and ground vehicles function is so much more involved. You will spend hours watching tutorial after tutorial after tutorial, and there are, like, 3 people making these tutorial videos on YouTube. And you will literally have to watch all of them if you want to survive in that game for any amount of time. That game is very detailed, just like this, except that actually has a slightly different thing where you have to build things in the same way, or in a comparable way to how you build them in Space Engineers. It's just harder. Like, there's more steps to the process in Stationeers. But that kind of brings me back to what I was saying about how it's crazy just how much freedom you have to do things in Stormworks. Like, we already have pretty small building blocks, and it allows us to have a lot of customization to build complex systems with a lot of moving parts, a lot of logic. Stormworks is just an awesome game. And yeah, you're kinda limited in, like, yeah, you have all of these options and all this stuff that you can do, but you're limited in what can you actually do with it, like, what's the point? But that's also part of the fun, is there's not necessarily a point to it. Like, starting out, I would build things that, like, I need a boat or a helicopter, something to actually do, like, the rescue missions in the campaign, but I've never actually started a campaign. Or, I've never made any progress with it. Like, I started one, like, way back before modular engines were released, but I didn't make it very far. And then after that, I kind of, like, gave up on making things specifically to do the missions in the game, and I sort of, like, shifted my focus. And I made it so that I'll just build whatever crazy thing pops into my head. And hello, welcome to the stream. And then I started building things that are inspired by stuff I've worked with in real life. It's like, yeah, I started building stuff I've worked with in real life. I've started building vehicles that I have real experience with. So I built planes and helicopters because of my experience as a marine avionics technician. Then I started building trucks because I'm also a truck driver, or I'm a licensed truck driver. I'm not currently working as a truck driver, but I built a lot of tractors and a lot of trailers because I work with trucks now. Then I got interested in working for the railroad, so I went through, like, a long period where I was building lots and lots of trains, for example. What did you say this time? So yeah, I started building back-to-back trains and train cars. And now I'm kind of just, like, fluctuating and bouncing between different types of creations. Like, I went back to making electronics and radio equipment. I've made a couple of planes. I updated my trucks. I updated my trains. Basically, I just do, like, anything and everything in Stormworks. I just go, like, crazy and build whatever comes into my mind. And this thing, for those of you that are just getting into the stream, last week I got the idea that I was going to remake my Avionics workshop, which is, or work center, not workshop. Which Avionics is aviation electronics. So any system that goes into the cockpit of an aircraft that allows you to either control it or work some other important system on the aircraft, all of that falls under the things I work on. And this work center is made up of intermodal shipping containers that are fit with climate control systems, electrical power distribution systems, and they can have any manner of support testing equipment, electrical equipment, workbenches, desks, computers, whatever we need to fix electrical equipment is put into these mobile facilities. And these facilities can be packed up and moved anywhere in the world. And all we need is like a couple of weeks to get everything packed up and moved. And we can have full repair capabilities anywhere in the world with a big enough concrete pad to support our work centers. And this is loosely inspired by the type of work center that I worked in real life when I was in the Marine Corps. So I use this as an example because I made all of these as little prefab structures that you can spawn in using a workbench, and you can move them around in the world, and you can build these in the game. It's not really a good idea, because in order to do it safely without blowing anything up, you would have to take off the doors that you don't want to use in the editor. Luckily, I have specifically for the two types of these facilities with the little doors and the big doors, I have templates already made into a workshop showcase where I have the doors removed in configurations that I thought were useful, but it turns out I'm missing a couple, so the sets aren't perfect. But you have to spawn the ones without the doors, and then once you place them on the ground with a forklift, you have to push the buttons to turn off the electrical connectors. Because if the connectors are on, they will automatically snap to anything that's close to them. And then you would position a second one next to the first one with its connectors off as well. And then after you have them positioned, you turn on the connectors and they'll snap together. Because if you don't have them turned off, and say you just wanted to spawn in a bunch of these a bunch of these containers, and you just want to like clip them together, all of the connectors are going to instantly try to connect, and when they do that, it's going to twist your work center into a pretzel, and it's going to turn into a fiery explosion. So the best way to do this in the game is to just build it in the workshop, in the workbench like I'm doing right here, and then merge them all so that they're one solid object. I can spawn this with no problems. The thing that it started with, if you go back to the stream on Friday, because I have the VOD transferred over to YouTube, I don't have a separate stream archive, I just put them on my YouTube channel with the rest of my dedicated YouTube videos. But you spawn this thing in, and aside from that initial warning telling me that I spawned a complex creation with lots of lights in it, you look over here, I'm still getting 60 frames per second, so there's no problem with using this work center. But there probably would start to be a problem if I went through and I turned on every light, opened up every door, turned on all of the heaters. That would probably start causing problems, so use this at your own discretion, essentially. But I built this as an example of something loosely inspired by the types of mobile maintenance facilities that I worked in real life. So it's a showcase of that, and simultaneously it is also a showcase of all of my electrical systems. So, like, anytime I've made a microcontroller to do some kind of function in the game, if it's one of my either communication or navigation systems, or it uses a radio to do something, it's probably going to show up in this simulated work center. You go out the front door right here, you'll notice that I have a little sign on the corner that says Avionics, ComNav. Specifically, my actual job title, I was a communication, navigation, cryptographic systems, and deceptive electronic countermeasure technician. So, ComNav for short. So, if it is something that you're going to use to communicate with another vehicle, or if you're going to use a radio system to navigate to or from a given point or to a vehicle in the game world, it's all in here. So, like, this section right here has a GPS, a map display, and, like, compasses and things like that. This part right here has handheld radios, a radiation detector, visible signaling or visual signaling devices, and a distress beacon locator, or a distress beacon and a beacon locator system, handheld transponders and handheld beacon locators. This is kind of like what I call a troop van, which has a small assortment of personal equipment that you would carry by hand. You go over here. This thing has a radar transmitter and all of the systems that you need to use that radar transmitter. It's all right here. And this is my most recent and definitely most successful radar system, because this can vary the detection or the visible range of the system. Now, you would probably point out that it would be a terrible idea to turn on a radar transmitter while you're standing next to it, and in real life, that is absolutely true. Do not do this. This is how you microwave your internal organs from the inside out. Don't stand in front of a radar transmitter when it's on. But there's the radar room. We go back here, and we have what is currently the vehicle radio room. So we have my original 10-channel analog radio, and then you have the upgraded 100-channel radio with a touchscreen. And then you'll notice this one's a little bit weird. This is the COMSEC locker. COMSEC is communication security. If we want to go in there, we got to go over here. Now you could just press the home button and no clip through the wall, and that would be fine. But this is what you would actually do. If you didn't have the no clip feature, you would unlock that, and then you would go in here. And inside of this room, it's not finished yet. It's all still a work in progress. But in here, I have all of my systems that are designed to be secure. Even if it's only in a minimal level, all of these things have some kind of a system built in to make them secure. Or really, this one is 100% secure. These are more so masked. They're not really secure in the same way. This is secure because it takes 6-digit number data, uses a substitution cipher, and turns it into a different 6-digit number, and sends that to another vehicle, and then the other vehicle, if it's on the same key setting, will take that 6-digit number and convert it back to the original 6-digit number that it received from the other vehicle. This is a voice radio, this is a video transmitter, and a video receiver. These are secure because they're not transmitting on the frequency that's shown on the display. This one uses a similar substitution system that this uses, but it takes a 2-digit frequency number and changes it to a 4-digit frequency number that you won't really know what it is unless you go outside and look at the antenna. And then these work by simultaneously transmitting 2 different video feeds. One is just useless static, and one of them is the video that you're trying to send. And then they both get fed into the same controller at the same time. So basically, they're both active, they're both transmitting simultaneously, and they're both being received simultaneously, but the only way that you can see the one that isn't snow is to make sure that this passcode matches the passcode on the transmitting vehicle. And then with all of that, these two systems are secure-ish. And just put it loosely in some air quotes, and they're secure-ish. This is completely secure, and it is basically an Enigma machine that's simultaneously broadcasting... Let's see, the IFF sends out 4 numbers, TAC-IN sends out 3 numbers, so it's an Enigma machine that's simultaneously broadcasting 7 different... it's sending out 7 different numbers. And then I started laying out this area to be used to store night vision goggles, because in my real work center we worked on night vision goggles. So I put in this area. Every other room in the complex has these yellow lights. They seem kind of like softer and more bearable than using the white lights, which always come out as extremely bright, in my opinion. So I started using yellow lights for every normal purpose. But this room is a little bit different. It has yellow lights, but it also has red lights. And the red lights are important because when you're working with night vision, red lights will not burn the intensifiers, which intensifiers are extremely expensive and extremely sensitive to light. So if you have like night vision on and you look at like a bright spotlight, not only will it blind you, not only will it blind the person looking through them, it will also damage the intensifiers, because what the intensifier is doing is it's taking like a picture of something and amplifying the light, and then taking that picture and showing it to the person that's looking through the goggles. And basically it uses that to amplify ambient light. It doesn't create light, it just amplifies light that's already there. So if you're in like a cave, for example, and there's no light source, you'll turn on the night vision goggles and you still won't be able to see anything. But if you turn on like some kind of light source, preferably like something dim, like say someone's holding a candle, for example. Candle is not very bright, but it's still a light source. So you'll be able to amplify the light from the candle, and you'll be able to see more stuff with the night vision goggles. However, you can pair the night vision with like rifle-mounted infrared emitters that basically act like a flashlight that you can't see with your eyes. And then you can see in no light areas. But that's getting into like rather expensive equipment. That not only is it expensive, it's hard to maintain. So, close that. And basically, this has been a slow and painful process because while I'm working on this thing, I've only been working on it on stream. And without fail, it probably wasn't a good idea to stream it. I should have just like built it and then put it on the workshop, because building it on stream, like without fail, every single time, this is the third day of streaming this project, and you'll look at all the things that I just showed you, and you'll be like, there's still a lot of empty space in that like complex Habitrail looking thing. So, like, what in God's name have you been doing this whole time? And to that, I don't know. Without fail, I always end up getting, like, distracted. I start talking about something. I start telling a story, explaining how a system works, why we do something a certain way in real life. I start relating it back to my real world experience outside of the video game. And then it ends up like what we're doing right now, where I'm just going off on like a tangent, explaining the thought process behind why I built this thing, why it's a showcase of systems that relatively few people use in Stormworks. Like, they're cool if you want that level of detail, while still being simple enough that it's not going to destroy your computer or your frame rate. But at the same time, you'll look at, like, these things and just be like, why would I want that? Like, why did you make that in the first place? What did you accomplish by doing this? And I don't have an answer. I'm going to be real with you. I literally made these things, one, to see if I could, and then to that you would end up asking, well, if you just wanted to do it, if you could see if you could do it, why did you want to in the first place? And that I don't have an answer for. I just did it because. That's it. That's the whole secret. That's the whole secret formula right there. I did it just to do it. Basically, I just got bored one day and started making weird things. Alright, safety override. And then I do have to explain that these are loosely inspired by the real mobile maintenance facilities. Among other things that are probably more pressing, this is the wrong color, to say the least. But there are a lot of things that are in here that are not in the real ones, but it's just loosely inspired. There is somebody that commented on one of my inspired creations on the workshop and told me that I did a terrible job because it doesn't look exactly like the real thing that inspired it. To that person, I say I'm sorry, it wasn't a replica. It was just inspired by a real thing. I even said in the description for the workshop creation, loosely inspired by this aircraft. But it's whatever. You can't please everybody. So, yeah, this is the third day of working on this project. And in the first day, I actually accomplished quite a bit. I assembled the entire complex. I even had to make, like, new versions of this and this. Well, actually, this and this. I had to make new ones because I didn't have the specific configuration as a prefab, so I had to take my template one and cut out some pieces in order to make the specific iteration that I need to make this. And then the second day, I started adding systems. Like, I put the GPS, the personal equipment, the survival equipment, and the radar, and then I started working on the COMSEC stuff. And then my computer shut down randomly out of the blue, and that was annoying. Then today I picked up where I left off by adding the secure voice radio. I started building the vehicle radio room. I closed off the thing that's going to be designated to work on night vision. I've been watching you build this for hours, and I still don't get the point. It's okay. I'm the one building it, and I don't get the point. I'm building it just because I want to. This thing is a showcase of my radio equipment that I've built for the game, and it's also a showcase of my mobile facility templates that are also on the workshop. And basically the kind of like roadmap, if you will, of what I'm gonna keep putting in this thing. At some point, I'm probably just going to say that like enough is enough, and I'm just gonna like one day just sit down and just build it, and stop getting distracted. And I'm just gonna like finish it. But what I'm going to add to it is this is going to be a vehicle radio room, and that's just going to have radio equipment, or radios that you can just talk to it. That's going to go there. I'm going to put video cameras and night vision systems in this room. And then I'm probably going to need both of these to just put IFF transponders, because I have my original one that only requires a transmit and receive antenna, and then that can be both the vehicle and air traffic control side. Then this one would hypothetically be my improved or advanced IFF transponder system, which requires a transmit and receive antenna for the vehicle. How did I make the IFF work? I can show you that. In fact, let's go off and chase a few squirrels for a second there. Alright, let's go to Advanced IFF Showcase. Alright. Let's just spawn this thing in. You can see this abomination firsthand. Alright. This is my IFF test set and showcase. It has both the secure integrated navigation system, the advanced IFF system, both the vehicle side and the ATC side, and a second instance of the secure INS. So, you might be wondering, what is IFF? Well, IFF stands for Identify, Friend, or Foe. The common misconception is that IFF is the thing that... I lost you at the size of the microcontroller? Which one? These systems are fairly complex. But the common misconception is that IFF is the thing kind of like the blue force tracker that we have in military vehicles, where it gives you a little light on the screen overlaid onto a map, and it tells you where friendly vehicles are around each other. While that's comparable to an IFF transponder, that's not exactly what it does. IFF, as far as this is concerned, and also the real-world equivalent systems, or IFF systems, what they do is they send out coded information about a given aircraft, and that coded information is received and translated by a properly equipped, compatible system. So what that means is, turn on this, let's go to the IFF screen, turn on this. Alright, let's put this on 2. Let's transmit A, B, and C. And let's transmit A, B, and C. Okay, so what this is doing is this system, and also this system. Let's change this to a different station ID. Although the transmitter's not even on, so... Okay, that was that was too big of a number. Let's just go 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, that'll be our station ID. What this is doing is both the IFF part of my integrated navigation system. This would be mounted on a vehicle like a plane. And when I say it transmits coded information about an aircraft, it's going to be like an alphanumeric identification code. It's going to be your current heading, which way you're facing, your current airspeed, and your altitude. So, the way that I have it set up in the game, Mode A transmits your ID number. Mode B transmits your X and Y GPS grid coordinates. Mode C transmits your altitude. And all of these accomplish nothing if the transmitter is off. But when you turn on the transmitter, you can select which things you want to make known to the air traffic controller. So, like, this one is set up with all 3 are currently on. So, you look over here at the ATC side of our console. Yeah. This is the air traffic control side of it. So, you'll notice that ID number 2, so the second ID code, bearing 219, altitude 13. So you look down here at our compass, you look at facing 219, and this is approximately at 219 from this GPS sensor to that GPS sensor. So, you have X and Y GPS coordinates, and then that you do some fairly basic algebra and trigonometry, and you get the bearing out of 360 degrees, and this is the altitude. So, we can turn off A, and it no longer shows the ID number. But, realistically, there's no point in encrypting this, because the way this system works, each ID number is set to only work on a specific frequency. So, if I turn on the encryption key, you put A back on, you'll know that, well, that's still a 4, or that's still a 2, because only ID number 2 is on there. And you'll notice that right now it's saying that since I have the encryption key on, it's at heading 242. Which, 242 is over there. But you'll notice that it's not on the screen, because it is nowhere near the visible range of this system. However, if you put this back on 1, there it is again! Decoded, just like it's supposed to be. Although, with that being said, you look over here, you'll notice that this one is not encoded. So, this one is getting a jumbled mess. And it is currently about 50,000 kilometers away. That's pretty impressive. By the way, if you go to these coordinates, you're not going to find anything. But since it's getting an encoded signal, or it's getting an encrypted signal, it doesn't have the slightest idea where this transmitting station is. But we put it onto the key, we put up the encryption key, and there it is. It's 1 meter away, station bearing 201, which is right there. And it stands to reason. (201-201). It's right where it's supposed to be. And since the transmitter is on, but we're not transmitting anything, you'll notice that there's nothing showing up here. So it's giving you the bearing to the grid coordinates 00, which the current heading is 028. So we look at the map and zoom out. There's 00. I'm looking right at it. So these systems allow someone on the ground to simultaneously track 9 vehicles, or 9, not even aircraft, just 9 vehicles in general can all be tracked from this console at the same time. So let's turn on that. And let's turn on that. So I have a actual, like, dedicated showcase specifically for these things. Let's take a look at this. You might think the microcontroller is a little big, and I'll agree with you, but as you can see, this is quite a lot of logic. As you would probably agree. Now, can you imagine if this wasn't a microcontroller and I had to build all of that logic? It would be like building a supercomputer with redstone in Minecraft. Yes, it can be done, but you're going to need an entire, chunk of the world to hold all of the logic. That would just be a nightmare. But that is just IFF. The reason that there are two INS systems is because this also has TACAN. Now you might be wondering, well, what in God's name is TACAN? TACAN stands for Tactical Air Navigation. Say you're in a plane, flying. Real life doesn't work like video games. You don't have a heads-up display telling you where you need to go in real life. In real life, you have to have landmarks and things that allow you to navigate. Because you can't just grab the Garmin out of your car and just, throw it in a helicopter and just hope for the best. It's not going to work so well. If you want to navigate a plane, well, yes. But if you just want to navigate a plane in general, from one location to another location, how do you know where it is? How do you know where you are? Well, there is a GPS in real life, and we do mount them on military aircraft, but the cool thing about aviation in general is that a lot of systems are redundant. You have backups in case one system fails. You can still get where you need to go. So your GPS, it's just like the one you have in your car. It's synchronized with a satellite up in space. And there's a whole bunch of satellites that, well, they've got other purposes, but the thing that most people use them for is GPS navigation. So it gives you your grid coordinates on a map, and it overlays those grid coordinates onto a road map. And then it basically knows, okay, my car is at this intersection of these two streets, and I want to get to the address that's listed at that intersection 20 miles away. So it uses the map overlay, compares it against your grid coordinates, and gives you the turn-by-turn directions to get down that road on the map to get you from point A to point B. Well, in a plane, you don't have to worry about turn at this road, get on the interstate, drive this many miles. You don't have to worry about that. You just get off the ground and go in a straight line towards the thing you want to get to. So, how do you know where that thing is? you have GPS coordinates, you can get, like, an 8-digit grid code and say, okay, computer, shoot me an azimuth from the grid coordinates that I'm currently standing on and give me a heading to these grid coordinates. You can even do that by hand. And now you know how the aircraft GPS system works. You set a waypoint. Well, what if you don't know the 8-digit grid coordinates of the place you're trying to get to? Well, what if I told you there's another way you can get there? That is where this system comes in place. TACAN is Tactical Air Navigation. What this is basically there are a seemingly endless list of radio navigation stations all around the world. Each one has its own frequency, and the pilots that are flying through a given area in their books, on their like knee boards that they do their pre-flights with, they'll have manuals and books that tell you the frequencies of these navigation stations that are along the route from point A to point B. So, you set your radio, you set your TACAN system to that frequency, and you would only be using the frequencies for the radio stations that you're actually in range of. So this is where you have that kind of like redundant overlap between the systems. So you would only set a frequency for a station that you're within receiving range of it. And that navigation station, it'll be a big building on the ground with like gigantic transmitting radio antennas. And it knows where it is. Like, it has the grid coordinates, but there's no point in using them. It can, but it doesn't. Or it doesn't have to. There's another system that will give you the coordinates of the station, and then you can use that in conjunction with the GPS, and then you can navigate that way if, say, the station is down, but you can still use it to navigate off of. But that's a whole nother thing outside of the scope of what I've done here. Instead of just knowing where it is transmitting a radio signal in every direction, and it's picked up by anything that's tuned in to that specific frequency for that specific navigation station. Now, on the aircraft, which, let's set this up for 1 and 2, and 1 and 2. No, other way around. 1 and 2, 2 and 1. Transmit. Actually, let's turn off the transmitter for 1. What this is doing is the aircraft is picking up the transmitted radio signal on these designated frequencies. Easy enough, right? Well, what does that do? Like, what information does that give us? This one is transmitting, this one isn't. So this is our ground navigation station, this is our plane. My system in the game works by sending the X and Y grid coordinates of the transmitting station. And then the receiving station compares those grid coordinates against the vehicle's grid coordinates, calculates a bearing back to that vehicle, and it tells you how far away it is. But in real life, it's a little bit more simple than that. All you gotta do is set it to the frequency of the radio station, and then if the antenna picks up a signal from that frequency, it will give you a bearing and a distance to the source of that signal. So you can navigate to something that you don't know where it is. You're just getting to the navigation beacon. Except the really cool thing about TACAN is it doesn't have to only communicate with a ground station. It's a little bit more complicated in real life. In this game, it's just as simple as be on the right frequency and have both things transmitting. The TACAN system, not only can it navigate to a ground-based radio navigation station, it can navigate to another aircraft. So, you turn on your transmitter, and your plane is now a navigation station. Other aircraft can navigate based off of your location. Now, you might ask the question of, if all it's doing is just sending X and Y grid coordinates, why did I build an encryption system into it? I don't know. Because, in theory, TACAN is just like a passive system to help you navigate from one place to another by using radio stations as waypoints that are spread out along the route that you're trying to go. The encryption means that you would only be communicating with, or you would only be effectively communicating with something on the same encryption setting. So, in world, you would have the encryption key set so that you're only communicating with known friendly vehicles, and you're only navigating based off of those. Whereas the real system, it's using instrument-based navigation systems that are available for all aircraft, regardless of where they're from. They're just there specifically to help pilots navigate from one place to another. It's on military aircraft. I even described it as TACAN, Tactical Air Navigation. I want to say for civilian general aviation, it's just, I think the acronym is IFR? Instrument-based flight registry or regulation, something of that nature. it has actually been decades since I've last played the Microsoft Flight Simulator. So, I don't even know. But, bottom line is, this integrated navigation system has an IFF transponder, a TACAN system, a radar transmitter, a GPS, a distress beacon, and a distress beacon locator. So let's go back over here. Let's turn on the distress beacon. And let's go onto that same screen over here and turn on the beacon locator. It's freaking out because we're literally right next to it. But you can actually turn on this beacon locator and it'll locate itself. It's stupid to do that because it uses the same red box to do its blinking pulse. But, yeah. Is there any vehicle smaller than an AWACS that can fit this in it? Oh, absolutely! Allow me to introduce to you the controversial and questionable quality inspired build of the A6 Intruder. This is a very small plane. Let's climb up into the pilot seat real quick. Actually, let's go into the bombardier seat real quick. Let's close the canopy. Look at that! Secure integrated navigation system. I'm actually not particularly familiar with the A5. I always liked the Intruder. And the Prowler. I didn't realize that I really liked the Prowler until I got to the Marine Corps, and the air station that I was on was the last one that had the Prowlers, and it was just like the coolest plane ever. Oh yeah, this is what happens when you get the A6 off of Wish. Because if you know the real one, you'll notice that the tail is wrong. It's supposed to be flat, or mostly flat, off the top, going back. Whereas mine, it's kind of flat from the bottom. So it curves down when it's supposed to curve up. But it still passably resembles the thing that I based it on. And this has all of those fancy systems that I was just describing to you. Including external fuel tanks and unguided bombs. It is a bomber, after all. Oh, and this also has my touchscreen radio. The thing that I was fighting with, trying to make it work in the radio showcase. Touchscreen radio. Right there. Put this on channel 3, and boom. kind of on topic with the why behind my showcase. I gotta remember how long ago it was that I worked on this thing. It's been a long time, apparently. Right here. This was my original radio equipment showcase. Fire its rear landing gear like toothpicks. Why indeed? I don't have an answer. There isn't really a good, like, one block hinge system. So I just did I did what I could with what I had. So to quote my former staff sergeant, who was my instructor when I was in school learning to be an electronics technician, you just kind of have to press the magic I believe button and just shut up and color. How it works, it doesn't. Just don't think about it, press the I believe button, and just roll with it. Now, this is my original actual electronics equipment showcase. This was an original example of all of the electrical, or all of the weird, bizarre electronic systems that I've built in Stormworks. This is a functioning showcase of all of them. You'll notice that this is just a series of test sets made or combined into one single structure. So you'll notice we have old and new TACAN systems, so 10 frequencies, 100 frequencies. The original IFF transponder that used the same 100 frequencies that the TACAN uses. The original integrated navigation system, which is a convoluted mess and painful to look at and work on, so it had to be replaced and updated. It has my secure radio, the 100 frequency radio, the 10 frequency analog radio, and the updated, in air quotes, radar system. I say updated radar because this one and this one, let's go back here real quick. You'll notice this radar antenna is deprecated. This doesn't work anymore. Neither does this. So now you might be wondering, well, what's different between this and this? Well, this can find an individual target, and it'll tell you their altitude using trigonometry. Oh, god damn it. Yeah, that's actually a pretty fair comparison. So, this one can find a single target and it'll tell you how far away it is. This can find a single target, and it'll tell you how far away it is, but it will also tell you the altitude. Now, you might be thinking, well, if just the radar's messed up, then why not just take this thing, pull it from the workshop, and just build this with the updated systems? And I absolutely could do that. In fact, I probably will do that at some point. Even this has been replaced. I realized that having the map zoomed in this far is pointless, so I changed it to more subdued, like dark, like night mode, like a color scheme. I made it zoomed out a little bit farther by default, so that's gone. These are both still the same, so there's nothing changed about those. This has been replaced entirely with... Hello? Thank you for the follow. So, yeah, TACAN system is... It's as good as it's ever going to be. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. The IFF system, it's been superseded and replaced by a system that works better. The integrated navigation system has been replaced by something that works better. This is the exact same system that's over there, but this one has been modified to include the secure data transceiver. This has been superseded by something that has it already built in. These are gone forever. The only thing left are the radar antenna that can track 8 targets simultaneously. That's all we got. Nothing else. So, those are gone. This is still here, but it's a 10-channel analog radio. This is another one of those things that it's so minimalistic and simplified, there is literally nothing to it. We turn this on, put it on channel 3, it works. Just like the TACAN, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. This, I deleted it entirely because this controller was just pointless. I did not end up keeping this one. It is the exact same functionality as this, but instead of 3 channels, it has 100 channels. So it only works by communicating with vehicles, because the handheld radio has 9 channels, 0 through 8. This has 10 channels, 0 through 9. And then this is the unsecure version of this. They all light up. It's whatever. It's a whole thing. Alright, let's put that up there. Let's just grab this. Okay, cool. Oh, it's B. Okay. So, once again, we're back to the original question of, if this is all it takes to be a showcase of my avionics equipment, why not just build this? build another one of these and put that on the workshop. And I will, at some point. But, as you can tell, that doesn't look very pretty. When was the last time I worked on the original? Right here. This literally accomplishes the exact same thing, but there's one key difference. This looks better. It has the exact same functionality as that example that I just showed you. Literally everything that is in that is in this. Plus more. This shows an example of every functional system I have made up to the point that was the last time I updated it. So this has exactly the same functionality, it just looks better. So, this is what I set out to make an updated version of. That new thing that I've been working on for the last 3 streams, it started as I want to make a new version of this. So, like, all of these systems that you've got as you walk around through all of these, I'm putting the new updated versions in that other mobile facility. Let's see, is there an empty one up front? Can I shove this in a hole somewhere? Because I need more first aid kits. Because I got attacked by a tidal wave. Alright, there should be... Oh, okay. Alright. So yeah, it all branched off of just building this again. I want to make the new one this, but better. So that brings us all the way back to this thing, which is what I've been working on for the last 3 streams. It's still in its very early stages. It's still very rough, and it's not even close to finished, but it already looks better than what I started with. So, it's actually coming along nicely, even if I keep getting distracted and keep going off on like wild tangents, talking about like stories of my experience in the Marine Corps and explaining how all these like avionics systems work. If it's not obvious by this point, I actually have been taught how to be a teacher. And it's always been a good rule of thumb that it's a really good way to know how well you understand a given subject based on how well can you explain it to someone who knows absolutely nothing about it. So if you're coming into this stream and you're listening to me go off on like these wild, long-winded discussions about random, obscure electrical systems that you will probably never see in your life, it's because I've been adversely affected by my career as an aviation electronics technician, and if I had to learn it, now so do you. Although the counterpoint is, if you didn't want to listen to me rant about electrical systems, you probably would have tuned out by this point, so now you're just my captive audience. Congratulations. This is what you signed up for by following this Twitch channel. Or subscribing to my YouTube channel. Which, it's more of the same stuff, just shorter, more targeted videos. I almost fell asleep listening to you. Are you trying to get detention? Come see me after class. We're going to sort this out. Do you know what wall-to-wall counseling is? Not only was I a student teacher, I'm also a Marine non-commissioned officer. Allow me to introduce you to the thing called the fan room. But yeah, basically it all boils down to I wanted a new thing that showcases my more recent and updated avionics systems and puts them in a comparable package to my original avionics work center, which I'm still leaving those original things on the workshop. I'm not going to take them down, because they are still functioning examples of my older avionics systems. And then if you compare the old ones to the new ones, because I have collections on the workshop of these things specifically, oh, absolutely, especially in this game. I'm actually kind of surprised. Usually when the Streamlabs removes somebody for swearing, it has like this weird thing where it like clears every message you've ever sent. So somehow it didn't clear it? Oh, no, it did clear it. It's just Streamlabs is set up to only show, or it's showing the multi-stream thing. Alright, whatever, it's not important. Bottom line is, I don't have a actual moderator. I mean, I have one guy that's kind of a moderator, but he doesn't tune in to the streams very often, so I've only got the auto-moderators, and the chat bots are kind of sensitive. Even though it kind of missed the guy that was speaking in what I can only describe as Shakespearean English at the beginning of the stream, and I was like a second away from, I'm gonna time you out myself, just for being weird. PID for temp, PID for steam, PID for the air. You're on your own. Just F's in the chat. Alright. Let me show you. Actually, doing it here would probably be a bad idea. Let's save that. I don't think I changed anything, but it's not important. Let's go... I need you. Alright. Let me show you my abomination of a steam engine. I can give you a tap on the shoulder and a half-eaten Snickers bar. I mean, I am hungry at the moment, but not important. Alright. This is my steam engine. I like trains, but I don't have a very good understanding of steam locomotives. But the way that mine works, turn on air, light the firebox. Oh yeah. See, the thing about this is you'll notice there are two pistons here. This is a configuration which is 4664. Now, if you know anything about steam trains, you'll probably know that if there's two different sets of driver wheels, it's probably an articulated engine. Well, not in this game. It has two boilers, but only one firebox, and it's not articulated. It's just really, really freakishly long. Alright, let's see. How are we doing on pressure? We don't have pressure yet. We're about to have pressure, though. Yeah, my Steam knowledge is limited to Derail Valley and Railroads Online. One of those is a good example, one of those isn't. I'll leave you to figure out which one's which. But basically, I do not have any PIDs in this. The safety valves, which, if I'm not mistaken, they should be here and here. They have a threshold that if the pressure in the boiler gets above a certain limit, it pops one of the valves, and then if it gets even higher than that, it'll pop the other valve too. And then the firebox, it's controlled. I have a toggle switch that opens up the valves to let air in. And then it basically just fluctuates the, or it throttles the air intake based on a simple division logic block to keep the firebox temperature at 250 degrees. It's a really simple system, and in fact, my system kinda sucks. If you can find a better one, I would use that. Don't use me as an example for Steam. I am terrible with Steam. Let's turn off the independent, turn off the train brake, and let's throttle up a little bit. Yeah, I wanted to see if I could make a steam engine locomotive, and I did. This is what I came up with. As far as, like, trains go, I don't have any real-world experience with steam engines. Although my real-world experience is limited specifically to train cars. Any tanks? Yes. I don't know if it can spawn in this workbench. I've made one tank, and it was before the weapons update came out. I might actually have to go back to the multiplayer island, because my tank doesn't have a gun. Or it has a gun, but it doesn't shoot. It has lasers. Oh no, but it's too big. Okay. So, let's get out of there. There it is. I actually need to make a new tank. I mean, add it to the list. But I need to make a new tank because this one is not watertight. It doesn't have a modular engine. It still has one of the old, like, medium engines. It doesn't have a working gun. And even, like, little simple things, like, you might remember the turret ring update that came out just before the weapons DLC was released. Well, this isn't sealed. If I drive this off the edge of the pier into the water, like, if I drive this off of the pier, it's gonna sink. Because you look around here, and how do I move in this thing? I don't even remember how to use this thing. Okay, so oh, this actually has a flight seat. But yeah, I want to make a new tank because this one doesn't have a turret ring and this one doesn't have any guns. If I want to designate it as a tank, I need to actually make it into a tank. But I kind of want to go like I want to do like a very old school tank, like an A7V or like a Mark IV land ship from like World War I. So, yeah. These are all of, like, my old things before I started using modular engines. I can show you my disastrous armed, like, great value Humvees. These are also on the workshop, but I'm not particularly proud of these. Like, they don't look that great, if I'm being completely honest. These have what basically amounts to a prefab, like, crate engine. Basically, I started with an engine and then I added wheels to it. But, cool thing about these, they have guns. Or most of them have guns. These are my designated communication ones, and they don't have a gun on the top, but they do have guns inside. And then, if you want to see something really cursed, I made an upgraded version. Because I wanted to make a light-duty truck, but as you can see, it's basically just a stretched-out version of what I had before. So, this is quite literally the single most cursed and nightmare-inducing 7-ton ever conceived by man. So, yeah, rate my setup. Yeah, this monstrosity is not on the workshop. It could be, but as I already said, I'm not particularly proud of it. So it might go on the workshop if anybody wants it. But my money's on they won't. Actually, let's find out if it can go up a hill. Why I have a massive Romanian flag saved. The reason for that is, just last year, I went on a vacation where I flew over to Romania. And my girlfriend is actually from there. It's just a really nice place. I actually kind of want to go back. So, no reason other than that. Alright. And it bottomed out. And it blew up. So, not an all-terrain vehicle. Stick to the roads. It wouldn't be so bad if it wasn't for the fact that these aren't the wheels with suspension. Like, pretty close as in, like, north, south, east, west. Like, how close is pretty close? I went to Bucharest, specifically. It's very pretty over there. Southwest. So, like, Bulgaria, Turkey. Somewhere around there. Serbia. Oh. Oh, I'm freaking stupid. I described I went east. That's on me. I've been to Germany too. Yeah, I went the wrong direction. I was thinking east. That's my mistake. The things that I've made that actually look better are the things that I know something about. Thinking of Portugal? Not in particular. I mean, I would imagine it's nice. I've been to Frankfurt am Main, Munich, Rothersberg. I've been to Salzburg, Austria, Luzern, Switzerland, Liechtenstein. And then when I went on the trip to Romania, I've been through Paris, I've been through Amsterdam. I really liked Germany. That's another place that I would really like to go back to. I like your way too much aerodynamic plane. I'm kind of curious which one you're referring to. Yeah, it really doesn't narrow it down. Oh. That's always nice. See, the problem is that with these, the only option I really have if I want to make it bigger is to put one of these on it. And then it just looks ridiculous. Yeah, that actually is an option. But don't feel too bad. I'm also uncomfortable looking at the nose. It's not a very pretty plane, but it works. See, the thing about the stuff that I build is it doesn't necessarily look the best, but it works, and it does exactly what I need it to do. So let's go in here. Let's go over here. Climb up through here. Close that, close that. And now we're up into the cargo hold. We go over here. Set the code. Opens up the door. Override the door. And we have another showcase of my avionics equipment. We have a map, a radio, a weather station, a radiation station, a TACAN. This is cameras and weapons. We have the ATC IFF transponder. Oh, that's my improvised bomb site. I forgot what that was. We have the radar station with a slightly bigger range. We have a tactical map display for our little conference room here. We have small arms lockers. The flight deck also has a small arms locker. For me specifically, I think Lua might be the only thing I have a solid grasp of in Stormworks. But my Lua abilities are limited to making stuff that looks like this. I can tell you how to make this, including the contextualized button or touchscreen buttons that only work on specific screens. I can show you how to do that. As far as like the math and how to make these things show up, the tables and things that make the encryption system work. My weak point in Stormworks is coming up with things to make. The only thing I can really say for that is the way that I choose what I want to make in the game. I have to pick something that I have some form of real-world experience with. There has to be something that I actually know a little bit about, like how it's set up, how it works, how you use it, how you work on that thing. So, like these, I'm not a pilot. I don't have the vision for it, generally. But I used to really like playing a lot of flight simulators. Draw a sketch, make a plan for subdivisions, all on paper, then start the project. I do have experience with drafting and technical drawing, but only in a very minimal setting. So I can make, like, 3D models in, like, Blender, for example. I've made models to print out with my 3D printers. What did I just... whatever. Paper. Yes, I understand, but I'm terrible at drawing. Freehand. If I made a freehand sketch, this plane would really look like it was designed by a 7-year-old. As if it doesn't look like that already. Take this, for example. This is a truck. Might not look the best, but it works. And it looks infinitely better than the first truck that I made. In fact, I don't even know if I still have that anymore. But I made this like I made this shortly after I got my license to be a truck driver. So when I knew more about how a truck is set up and how to drive one, I was able to model this to look sort of like a tractor. And then you look in here, I have my tractor brake, my trailer brake, I have a GPS built in. And then you go back here, I have a very basic sleeper cab with 2 bunks, just like a real one would have. I have some clothes, some personal equipment. But where it really shines is back here. It actually has a real looking 5th wheel. Make the engine part thicker. Like where the engine is? Or like the hood. Oh. Well, I specifically did it this way so that it would actually have like a fender, even though it didn't come out looking as well as I would like. I wanted it to have a fender because I like the aesthetics of like the long nose trucks a little bit more, as opposed to the more European style ones, which are cab overs. Let's see, when was the last time I worked on the cab over one? Alright, clearly it was after I worked on after I built trains. Okay. This one really doesn't look right, because the way that the physics works with, like, trailers and, like, sub-objects, I had to put these weight blocks all over it, and it doesn't look particularly good. Otherwise, it could not pull anything. it doesn't have enough weight to even pull an empty trailer. So I had to cover it with all of these mass blocks just to be able to put a trailer on this thing. Oh yeah. If I used the kind of like medium stone gray color, it would be the same as the weight blocks and it would blend in better. Yeah, that is true. I've been too lazy to do it. But same general layout, except only one bed in this one. And it was really weird because I saw some YouTube videos a long time ago where a truck driver over in Europe was talking about how he was completely surprised to find out that American truck drivers live in the truck. I guess in Europe, you just stay in the truck when you're on the road and you don't go that far. But here in the US, we live in the truck and we live on the road. So it's just, I guess it's a different lifestyle over there than it is over here. But, yeah, it's a job with paid motels. Well, with my next job, I'll have that. I'm switching to be a train conductor. So, in the middle of next month, I'm going to have to take a couple weeks of a break from streaming because I won't be able to stream with any consistency when I'm learning to be a conductor. And I'll only have my laptop with me, and that's not the best thing to stream with. Yeah, and I haven't even told you all of them. The running joke with my friends offline, they tell me that by the time that I retire, my resume is going to be a mile long and have a million different jobs on it. Thank you for the follow. Hopefully you're enjoying the stream. Bayern Transports. I'm kind of like a weird streamer altogether. Like, I'm not consistently playing any particular game. Like, originally the plan was I was supposed to play Derail Valley today, but I decided I was going to continue working on my Avionics work center, because those streams have been going pretty well lately, with people actually watching them for some bizarre reason. And that's not even just on Twitch. Apparently it's also getting viewers on YouTube to go with it. I'm unique. Let's go with that. But if you look at my YouTube channel, for example, because recently I was looking at my analytics for like what gets discovered or how people find my channel, and the tags that I was associated with was Derail Valley, trains, train simulators, simulators in general, and VR. That is how you find my channel. Like, generally, I would bounce between playing Derail Valley exclusively in VR and playing Train Sim World. Yeah, I've played War Thunder, but I never really got into it. I still have it in my Steam library, but I haven't played it for a long time. Although, admittedly, I was kind of put off by, like, the $70 DLC. I'm impressed. You managed to upset the Nightbot. Usually the only auto mod that interacts with anybody is just Streamlabs. You managed to upset the Nightbot. Achievement unlocked. That's literally the first time I have ever seen that. It's like, that is the first time I've ever seen that. Good job! Why are you shouting about freaking, I would imagine, War Thunder anyway? I was kind of put off by the $70 DLC with questionable results. But that's just me. I mean, I can put a gold star, I can put a little gold star sticker on my calendar stuck to my closet door. Would that help? Actually, I can show you one of my ships. It's not installed currently. I can start by showing you the one that's a work in progress. This one, I keep putting off actually working on it because ships take so unbelievably long to make. Like, this has none of the systems that it needs to operate. It doesn't have a bridge yet. It barely even has an engine room. We go down here, and I've started making the engines, but you can't turn them on. I took 1.5 days to finish my ocean liner. It was finished 20 minutes ago. Well, I mean, that's pretty good. As you can see, it doesn't even have any of the microcontrollers to turn it on. It's very, very rough and very early in its development process. In fact, at some point, I want to do some testing where I want to build like a dummy ship and try figuring out how to properly gear a ship. Because it took some work to be able to get the trucks to move at an acceptable speed. Like, starting out, I had the transmission set up completely wrong. And what I mean by completely wrong is that they were capping out at like a top speed of like 30 miles an hour with no trailers. And that was horrible. So I just sat there for like a couple hours just messing with gear settings, and then I finally figured out how I can make the truck go 100 miles an hour. So now I just do that. I would recommend you send it as like a whisper on Twitch. If you send it in the chat, it'll probably get deleted by the auto mod. Because I think the only people that can send links in chat are me and moderators. Oh, wow. This is like my longest stream to date. I guess I've been very distracted and I've been getting very distracted and telling all kinds of bizarre, completely unrelated stories to the things that I set out to do. What did you do this time? And why did it only time you out for like 1 second? Like, what does that accomplish? Clearly, I gotta make some adjustments to Streamlabs. If it's gonna time people out, 1 second is literally nothing. It's not even a punishment at that point. Oh, okay then. I do? Huh. Let's see. Alright, let's see. Oh, okay. Alright, I figured it out. It should work now. Okay. Yeah, it was sorry about that. It was a setting I hadn't found yet. As you can tell, I have 32 followers. I'm a very small streamer. Alright. I need to get... Let's go back up here. Alright, I think I'm getting to a point where I should probably, like, call it at some point, because now we're over... Yes, I did. I'll have to open it after I get out of Stormworks. But I did get the message. But since we're going over 4 hours, making this my longest stream yet, I'm gonna quickly summarize what little I have accomplished on this stream. Started off with this. I added a secure voice radio, added these radios, blocked off this mobile facility to be used for night vision, and then changed out the lights, changed out the doors, altered the sensitivity for the key switches in the control van, added an override or a safety switch to the inside of the COMSEC locker, and that's literally it. There was a brief period where I was fighting with the radios to try to make them work and do what they were supposed to do. And then it turns out they were always doing what they were supposed to. It's just when you use the vehicle-based radio, you gotta press the push-to-talk button. I wasn't doing that, so the mic wasn't hearing anything. It was a process. It was a mess. It's straightened out now. Went off on some wild tangents talking about random electrical systems and fun stuff like that. And it's just been busy. 4 hours and some change. But as I'm getting to the end of this very long-winded rant about electrical systems that probably a very small number of people care about, even in the slightest. So, this seems like as good of a stopping point as any. This has been Stormworks Build and Rescue. Hopefully you all have enjoyed the stream. Thank you all for watching, and hopefully you also have a nice day.